Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. We will call to order this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for October 25th, 2022. Today, we're fortunate to have Reverend Andy Oliver of Allendale United Methodist Church for our invocation. Following the invocation, our pledge will be led by Commissioner Long. Please rise.
Let us pray. O God of many names and many faiths, you call us to love our neighbor. Over the next several days of voting, we will have the opportunity to choose leaders who will champion loving our neighbor. Championing loving our black and brown neighbors, our having a mental health crisis neighbors, our transgender neighbors, our about to lose their health care neighbors, our getting evicted this week neighbors, our undocumented neighbors, our having to choose between food, medicine, or rent neighbors, and wanting reproductive justice and autonomy over their body neighbors. As Reverend Senator Warnock reminds us, our vote is a type of prayer for the kind of world we desire for ourselves and for our children. O God, our democracy is the political enactment of a spiritual idea that we are all people of sacred worth. The notion that we all have within us a spark of the divine and a right to participate in the shaping of our own destiny. Today in this commission meeting, may you continue to work through each person here to take us another step closer to the liberation for all your people. O God, just as humanity's inclination to injustice makes democracy necessary, may our capacity for justice make democracy possible. And may you strengthen your servants, these commissioners and our county staff, to withstand anything that might try to distract them from building a better world. And strengthen all of us to work using our own gifts so that your beloved community will be realized by your people. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend Oliver. Thank you, Commissioner Long. We've got several presentations. I'll come down for that. This is the last meeting we'll have prior to Veterans Day. So we have our Veterans Day proclamation for 2022 today. And I'd like to invite the members of the American Legion Safety Harbor Post, David Klinger, Post Adjutant, Everett Smedley, Post Financial Officer, and his service dog Hercules to join me at the front. They will be accepting our proclamation today. And with a name like Hercules, if you're expecting a poodle.
Oh, my.
Thank you all for being here. The American Legion has been a staunch advocate for veterans and their families since 1919. It was founded on the 4 pillars of care for veterans: a strong defense, Americanism, and children and youth. The American Legion has played a leading role in initiatives and breakthroughs that have affected the lives of Americans in every community, from the U.S. Flag Code to the GI Bill. American Legion and Pinellas County are partnered in their duty to serve veterans and their families, as all county veterans service officers are accredited representatives of the American Legion. The members of American Legion Post 238 of Safety Harbor have been steadfast in their mission to honor the service of veterans through selfless service in the community, raising dollars for veteran charities and causes, advocating for veterans, sharing and educating the public in American values and patriotism through their family and community engagement. Today we're proclaiming November 11th be recognized as Veterans Day in recognition of the American Legion Post 238 in Pinellas County. I wanted to welcome you all and give you a chance to say a few words.
Wow, thank you. This is certainly an honor and a privilege to receive this today. As a Vietnam vet, it wasn't very popular being in the military back in the 60s, so I'm glad over the years we've now welcomed more and more of the veterans back home. So on behalf of the commander and the members of the American Legion, and I really want to thank you for this honor to be here and privilege. So thank you.
Did you want to say something? Introduce
Yeah,
your guest?
I'd also like to thank you for this honor and privilege on behalf of the Post 238. And Hercules would like to thank you. He's my service dog. He's actually a real service dog. He rides in my sidecar. I have a Harley Davidson. He rides with me. Goes everywhere with me. Thank you very much again.
We're going to grab a photo, but let me thank you on behalf of the 100,000 veterans that call Pinellas County home. Thank you for all that you do.
That's a big dog.
Look up
I'm
over.
sorry. Is that a bull mastiff? Yeah. Oh, what is it? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. So now I gotta show.
Really?
That is just awesome.
Yes, God bless.
Yeah, he rides in the sidecar on the Harley.
That is so cute.
Oh my gosh, thank you for your service. Sweetie. Yeah. I know.
So the rest of you that are being recognized today, if you don't have anything as cool as Hercules, our next proclamation is for National Community Planning Month, and I'd like to invite Rebecca Stonefield, Strategic Initiative Manager, and Smita Ambadi, Principal Planner, both from Housing and Community Development, to join me at the podium. Change is constant and affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places. Community planning can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live. Community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be involved in making choices that determine the future of our community. The full benefits of planning require public officials and citizens who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States and our territories. This gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the Board of County Commissioners, Local Planning Agency, Board of Adjustment and Appeals, Historic Preservation Board, and our other citizen planners who've contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of Pinellas County. We recognize the many valuable contributions made by our professional community and our regional planners of Pinellas and extend our heartfelt thanks to the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that October 2022 be recognized as National Community Planning Month.
Yeah, thank you very much. We get into this field because we want to do right by our community and make our community be its best self. So thank you very much for the recognition.
Thank you so much. It's an honor. Thank you.
We're going to do a photo. And we have two employee recognition awards that we want to share with you today. As you're aware, every day Pinellas County employees go above and beyond to support our residents and our community. Through innovation and hard work, they are constantly looking for ways to improve our community and the services provided. Our Employee Appreciation Program is one way we thank them for constantly working to ensure that Pinellas is a leader in bringing those services to the public. Today, we do have two sets of employees here to be recognized for their efforts. We start with the members of our Emergency Rental Assistance Program team. In 2021, Congress passed the American Rescue Plan that in part created two programs for the delivery of emergency rental assistance, utility assistance, and housing stability services to people experiencing financial hardship. With support from the Office of Management and Budget, Communication, Clerk's Office, our Housing and Community Development Department, they designed, staffed, and implemented a new program within a very short period of time. Rebecca Wayne, Sherry Harris, Joe Riddle, and Natasha Suarez worked tirelessly to manage this program, in addition to their ongoing everyday responsibilities. By the program's end in August, over 4,500 households receive assistance totaling more than $40 million. I'd like to invite Rebecca, Sherry, and Joe to join me at the front while we watch a video about your accomplishments.
The Emergency Rental Assistance Program was a program that came out when COVID came around. It is assistance that was geared towards rental or utility assistance for those that were impacted by COVID-19.
Congress allocated through the U.S. Treasury monies that were given to individual communities to provide emergency rental assistance.
We had individuals that lost their jobs due to the closures and everything like that. The Emergency Rental Assistance Funds came in and gave them a leg up and helped them get over the hump.
It was a very quick turnaround for us. We did it in about a 2-month period from the time we got the initial guidelines to when we set up the procedures.
We kicked off March 31st of 2021, and we opened the portal and there were 1,900 applications come in the first 24 hours. 18 months later, we cut our last check. We had provided $40.7 million to approximately 4,500 households throughout the county.
The Emergency Rental Assistance Program was the largest scale program that the department's ever implemented in my 20-year history. This program was pretty much a all hands on deck for the department, but 4 people in particular really became the core team. Joe, Sherry, Rebecca, and Natasha took on above and beyond roles added to their responsibilities to make this program successful.
This took the priority because this was an emergency rental program. So the need was really there, and we were facing a lot of households that were looking at evictions. We had a lot of issues where on Fridays specifically, 3, 4 o'clock, and we're getting notified that there's somebody that's facing eviction come Monday morning or over the weekend. There were a lot of days that I was here till 6 or 7 just trying to make sure that I was helping keep people in their homes.
Those that work in housing have big hearts because the client is really their focus and understanding them as individuals.
Our team worked on a Friday afternoon to a poor lady who was 64 years old who was being evicted from her home. And so our team got together, reached out to landlords, made specific phone calls, talked to finance to get them to guarantee the funds, and by that next Monday we had her in a home that she could call her own again.
In this line of work, you have to show the compassion to the people that you're assisting, and they can't just be another number.
I think it goes back to the reason we do this job. It is helping people.
I've had multiple phone calls with people where they're crying on the other end and just overwhelming gratitude. It made all of the stress worth it because I knew that we had helped somebody not worry about where they were going to lay their head that night.
Thank you, and nice work, Pinellas County Emergency Rental Assistance Program team.
I want to give our administrator a chance to say a few words.
Well, I mean, you saw it in the video, the care and compassion that this team came together and stood up a program that will meet federal guidelines. Listen, there's no money that doesn't come with strings. and so even though the federal government wanted to get that money into hands of people, there's all kinds of things that has to be documented and things that have to be taken into account in order to be able to make that happen. This team came together and they figured it out. You know, there was no easy solution, there was no guidebook. They had to figure it out in a real quick time period, and they accomplished that. And all of our residents have received that assistance so much better as a result of your efforts. So from everyone on the team, thank you so much.
So normally employee recognition award goes to a single employee, but this time it's going to the entire team because of the incredible work you do. I want to give each of you a chance to say hello and a few words if you want.
Thank you. I just want to say it was really an honor to be a part of this program, and I'm so grateful for our leadership for trusting us and supporting us through all of the hard work that we did and everything that we did for our community. It really is memorable. It's probably the single most significant thing I've done since I've been with Pinellas County, and it will be probably that for the rest of my career.
Thank you for the recognition. We really appreciate it. It's been an honor to stand this program up, and we've served so many of our households in the community, and for that we'll be ever grateful. Thank you.
Again, thank you, but I would like to say it was an honor to work with this group of folks in Housing and Community Development, along with our partners that were mentioned there from the other departments. It was a huge team effort, but again, an honor to work with my colleagues in our department.
Wonderful. We're going to grab a photo. Similarly, we have another group of employees that we want to recognize. Our next recognition is for our Public Works Department, who earned its reaccreditation from the American Public Works Association. The APWA awards this recognition to agencies that show a commitment to continuous improvement of the public works operations and services in their community and achieved a high level of professionalism and credibility. The APWA honored our team in 2018, and after a review of 101 practices this year, has reaccredited them for the next 4 years. Here with us to be honored are 5 team members who worked to earn this prestigious distinction. Don Robinson, Josie Benwell, Alyssa Barrow, Drew McLean, Tyler Cawthron. I'd like to invite them to join me at the podium, and feel free to bring your family as well. I understand we have some family members with you. And we will watch a video about your accomplishments.
The Pinellas County Public Works Department has once again earned accreditation from the American Public Works Association as an international leader in their field.
An APWA accreditation is a collection of best practices from public works agencies across the nation and across the world. If you are accredited, you are truly one of the best public works organizations in the world.
To earn this designation, Public Works had more than 100 of its practices reviewed by a team of trained professionals, proving they are committed to staying on the forefront of new advances.
We had to go through a rigorous process. You're accredited for 4 years, but it really takes 4 years to gather all your information. Our policies, procedures, and practices have been verified by an international accreditation agency as some of the best of the best.
Some of those came from a more efficient approach to capital improvement projects.
We actually created a project manager handbook which contains all of the processes for an engineer to take a project through the entire planning and design process. There's a ton of steps that they have to follow, and this project management handbook and also the APWA manual itself helps them navigate that process. For residents, that means that we're more efficient and we're able to deliver the projects on time, on budget, and they're safe, they're maintainable, so we have quality infrastructure in the county.
For urban forestry, that meant updating long-term goals and tracking the inventory of trees throughout the county.
We're actively going through every time we work on a tree. It's considered a asset. That helps us kind of figure out what trees we have, how large they are in certain areas. So it gets us an idea for more long-term goals and management.
Contracts establish new processes to be more effective.
We've implemented a new request site for our Public Works internal contracts group. So now we can actually communicate with the engineers quicker, get the requests in, see the information properly, push it out to them so we can make sure we get it off to purchasing and get that process set up.
And Records is moving digital to be more efficient.
What we've done is we've consolidated a lot of our records. Instead of it sitting here or sitting in a database somewhere, it's now accessible for everyone.
Mosquito Control updated its best practices, including the addition of another way to prevent mosquitoes in your neighborhood.
Some of the updates that we've done are to include newer technology such as our A1 larviciding trucks. So you may be familiar with our fogging trucks, which are actually tackling adult mosquitoes. The A1 larviciding trucks are attacking larvae, which are the immature form of mosquitoes in the water that is often housed around people's homes.
These new procedures are just a few of the many ways APWA views Pinellas County as a leader in Florida, the U.S., and the world.
So I'm proud to present the Pinellas County Public Works Department with reaccreditation. Congratulations and nice work, Pinellas County Public Works Department leadership and staff.
Again, Mr. Burton.
Well, I can't say enough good things. I could start to go down the line on the things like the handbook. That is now being used across Pinellas County and all the different departments. That was developed internally, commissioners, with our team coming about how to do best practice on managing projects. You saw some of the other areas. It is such a technical field. There's so much expertise that goes into the different areas that they touch. It's not just going out and throwing out spray. There's a lot more that goes into it. And you guys are just the expert. And so from the top to bottom throughout the entire organization, this accreditation, this reaccreditation really speaks to your professionalism, your dedication, and commitment to trying to implement best practices here in Pinellas County. And for that, we thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you for the recognition, and it's a privilege to work with such a dedicated team. I think we're all equally committed to excellence and efficiency, and this reaccreditation reflects that. So thank you.
And I'd just like to thank you all for the support. And this was a huge project across all of Public Works. It took many levels of staff, and it took a lot of effort on everybody's team. So thank you to our teams, and thank you to everybody for supporting us.
Yes, thank you.
I would like to thank everybody on this team for their hard work, and not just this team, all of Public Works. This was a huge effort, and as the video stated, we are accredited for every 4 years, which essentially starts now. We start gathering documents, and I have 2 small children, so 4 years isn't very long. So we're going to keep on it. Thank you.
Well, I watched the opening shot in the video of someone with a straight edge looking at someone's sidewalk edging, and I was just thinking, I hope none of you come to my house and check out my edging abilities. We're going to grab a picture, but I want to share this plaque with you from the APWA. All right, let's grab a photo.
Do me a favor, I'll hold that plaque down a little bit more.
Yeah, tilt it forward just a little bit.
Thank you. Take the reading.
Did y'all have family that want to be in the photos? You're good. They're good. All right. Take that with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For little chatterbox.
That's great.
We're now fortunate for our partner presentation today to have the superintendent of Pinellas County Schools, Mr. Kevin Hendrick. If you'd come forward. Welcome to the County Commission.
Wow. Hi.
Thank you, Chair Justice and all of the commissioners. This is my first commission meeting since we brought to you our referendum for you to put on the ballot, and it was a virtual request that I had, and I did not know, Dr. Grego, when he assigned that to me, that you were also considering your mask mandate that day. So 7.5 hours later, I was able to ask for your permission to go on the ballot. And so I'm fortunate it won't be that long today. I want to thank you for having me here with you today, and also want to recognize one of our school board members who's here with me, Laura Hine, if she doesn't mind standing. And we have, thank you. We have a board meeting tonight as well, so we'll be getting off to that shortly. First, just quickly, a little bit about myself. I did grow up in Pinellas County, went to Walsingham Elementary School, Largo Middle, Largo High School, went to college to be a teacher, and started teaching in Pinellas County at Pinellas Park High School, then Dunedin High School, where I believe I had now Commissioner Eggers in my classroom when he was running for office the first time in the city of Dunedin. Used to have quite a few members because I taught American government, and so I've always been engaged in civics and civic life. As I became superintendent on July 1st of this year, really focused around our district's core values and how we can support our students, our staff, and our community. And those are our commitment to children, families, and the community, respectful and caring relationships, cultural competence, integrity, responsibility, and connectedness. And so I spent the first several months going out into the community and listening to partners and organizations, and did 9 what I called listen and learn sessions across our district, asking folks for their input as a new administration in our district comes into play. Each of those had a theme. Some were around employee engagement, some was around community engagement, the student experience, how our students experience our schools. We did one in partnership with the Fine Arts community at the Dunedin Fine Arts Center. We did one with the Hispanic Outreach Center and hosted that one at Clearwater High School. One on our Bridging the Gap plan, and several other of those focus areas, and got a lot of great feedback that we'll be releasing to the public shortly. This first quarter of the school year is long over, by the way. We're in quarter 2, and we've had a lot of successes. We've started our new progress monitoring assessments that you may have heard about across the state, the Florida Assessment for Student Thinking, which come with new standards from the state, and so this is sort of a trial year of implementing those, and we did very well this first quarter implementing those, in part because they're now all digital. All of the students from kindergarten through 12th grade take those assessments digitally, and I want to thank the Commission for your help a couple of years ago in accelerating our one-to-one initiative so that every student in our school district now has a laptop and can take it home with them each and every day, and I thank you for your contributions to that. We've had several new programs launched this year, including a couple with our Pinellas Education Foundation, one with another local business group, ARC Investment and Kathy Woods Group, around middle school science. When they came to our district and asked how they could help, said, if you want to do something good, start in middle school. No one else has figured it out yet, so let's start there. And so we're looking at our science curriculum, starting at 6 middle schools, and piloting a program that is completely hands-on and really emphasizes learning about science in the trial, error, because that's what real scientists do. They learn, they rebuild, they rebuild. So our students have started, their very first module was redesigning the school lunch. And if you can see excitement with 6th graders, it was indeed. Another one is building reusable rockets. Another one is where's the best place and best use of wearable health technology. And so they're investigating those different pieces of science this year, because our science standards in our state have not changed for over a quarter of century, but yet science and technology has changed dramatically. And so that's one of the partnerships we have. We have another one with the TB12 Foundation, Tom Brady and his foundation, in middle school and high school health and wellness classes. And we're excited. It's going much better than Sunday's game did for the Buccaneers. We've been emphasizing early learning in our district for a couple of years, including the expansion of voluntary pre-K programs. We now have VPK centers at 70 of our 77 elementary schools, and using some of our federal relief dollars last year and this year, we are offering at 26 schools free all-day VPK for students, because we know an all-day pre-kindergarten experience pays huge dividends for students later in life. We're doing that at 26 Title I elementary schools, and our first round of assessments of kindergarten readiness this year showed dramatic increases for the subgroup of students who attended the full-day pre-K institute. We also want to highlight that that's been a strength of ours, and that our kindergarten readiness scores in Pinellas County are the highest of any large district in the state, and were 5th highest in the entire state last year, including 7 points higher than the state average. So we have a lot to be proud of, both in our own early learning as well as community providers. We've also partnered with a number of philanthropic agencies to expand our early learning work in pre-K, kindergarten, first and second grade to ensure that all students have the best support for reading as early as possible. It's very easy to close a literacy gap in first grade. It's very difficult to do so in 10th grade. And so we've had a number of groups partner with us for training for our teachers, for expertise from the University of Florida's Lastinger Center, and we're bringing in community pre-K providers and giving them the same training because we have a resource and a scalability that they don't sometimes. And so we're building that pipeline starting with our earliest students. We've expanded our college and career centers at our high schools. We started at Largo High School 4 years ago, and this year we finally are now at all 17 high schools that have a full-time college and career counselor whose job is to help every one of our students with the best match for what life looks like after high school. For better or worse, our counselor to student ratio is like most other districts across the country of about 400 to 1. And our counselors do everything. They schedule students, they help with parents, they facilitate conferences, they facilitate student educational plans. And so having someone dedicated specifically to college and career readiness has been a big help. We have new programs in our JROTC area. We've expanded over the last couple of years, and we will be one of the few in Florida to have an Air Force JROTC program at St. Petersburg High School. We have a Coast Guard program that just opened at Pinellas Park High School. In fact, they're presenting tonight at our school board. And we just opened a Civil Air Patrol unit at Azalea Middle School. We have a couple of new athletics programs this year. If you're a bowler, you can come out and compete officially in the Florida High School Athletic Association. We added that this year through a partnership with our community, as well as middle school flag football for boys and girls to try to get our students as engaged as possible in the middle school program. We've added some career technical programs this year as well, particularly at Pinellas Technical College, including a new optometric assisting training program in partnership with Transitions Optical, a new heavy equipment operations simulation lab, and a barbering program, all of those at our St. Petersburg campus. And in Clearwater, we have a brand new electric apprenticeship program that specializes in electric and hybrid vehicles. We continue to expand those career technical programs at our high schools and also partnering with our technical colleges to bring career dual enrollment to our high schools at a much larger scale than we've done in the past. Just recently, our district announced our principal and assistant principal of the year, and we'll be honoring through a video tonight at our school board meeting Principal Dr. Christine Wilson, the principal at Orange Grove Elementary School in Seminole, and Dan Schmidtdeal, assistant principal at Osceola Fundamental High School, who were chosen as our recipients this year. And our annual Teacher of the Year will be announced on January 25th in a large gala and reception at Mahaffey Theater. We continue to invest in our facilities. Undoubtedly, if you've driven on a busy road in Pinellas County, you've seen either Clearwater High School or Tyrone Middle School and the major renovations that we have underway there, but also renovations at Midtown Academy, Mildred Helms Elementary School, the Coachman Service Center, and the erection of our YMCA Partnership Middle School, where the old Riviera Middle School was in St. Petersburg. Those are some of our larger ones, but certainly we have many more in progress as well. Like you, we're trying to make the best use of our federal stimulus funds, and we've done a lot to combat learning loss, help our employees, maintain our employees, and recruit new ones. But one of those programs is called the Read Across Pinellas program that came from a state grant to help kindergarten and first grade children to just get an extra boost of reading each and every day. And we've hired over 100 members of the community. You don't have to be a college graduate or an educator. We'll teach you the language to read to a kindergarten or first grader, and so you can find out more about that. We're still hiring the public to do that and help our children this year. We've put a team in place to manage and monitor those funds to make sure that, number one, we're doing so fiscally responsibly, but also doing it with in mind the goals of those federal dollars and programs, and we report that each quarter to our school board. We've certainly had some challenges this year, and I got to know some of you, and certainly Barry Burton and some of his staff a little bit better through Hurricane Ian. And I want to thank Barry, Kathy Perkins, Sheriff Gultieri, and your entire staff, who was just tremendous to work with during Hurricane Ian. I don't know if I feel that way so much because it did not hit us or because it really was a great experience. I want to say that having step-down shelters was critical this last time, and having other employees than just school board employees working those shelters was amazing for our staff. We were able to do the parts that we really know, which is the building, the food, the facilities, and your staff helped with running the shelters, which was really, really important. Barry and Kathy were just fantastic to work with, very, very collaborative, and I appreciate their support throughout that time. There's other projects we've worked with that have been some challenges. We continue to work on our school safety and security, and Sheriff Gultieri has been amazing to work with. We did a major summer drill over at High Point Elementary School and Pinellas Technical College in Clearwater, a reunification drill to learn how to best do that in our community. And unfortunately, we continue to see that across the nation and hope that it doesn't happen here, but we are prepared if it should. We are a reflection of our community, of course, and mental health is a major issue for our students and some of our employees. And we continue to provide resources using both federal stimulus, but mostly our own resources to provide those supports to our students. A few years ago, mental health instruction became mandated to all students 5 hours every year in grades 6 through 12, and we take it very seriously using some of the national best practices to do so, but also providing those just-in-time supports as well. Lastly, this last weekend, I attended the Council of Great City Schools annual conference, which was in Orlando, partnering 78 of the largest school districts in the nation that have large urban cities with them. And I can tell you, we have such support from you all and other members of our community, more so than many of our large urban district partners, and I'm grateful for your support over the years. So thank you for your support of 100% student success, our vision, and I look forward to continued partnership over many years with this board. Thank you.
Very nice. Very awesome.
Questions, comments? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for being here. What a nice report and great update on what's going on in your schools. I talked to a lot of people who've taken credit for your rise to your position over the last 6 months. It's so funny to hear, but really appreciate that homegrown, educated, and coming back here to work and all of that. So it's just great. And I also wanted to throw back the compliment because we got to listen into those meetings that you all participated in preparation for Hurricane Ian, and I can tell you that this man is really an advocate for not only the teachers but the students and the parents as he carefully balanced all of those as he brought his input to decisions that were made by that executive team. So you hit the ground running on that one, and I just really wanted to thank you for all that you've been to Pinellas County and continue to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers.
Commissioner Long.
Well, it's lovely to meet you, and I wish you great luck. It sounds like you've been awfully busy since you've been there. I've spent a lot of time in my private life working in different schools throughout Pinellas County, and I'm curious from your perspective in the short time that you've been there, what you think your greatest need is, and where do you see the weakness in your system?
Yeah, I think, when you talk about greatest need, you could look at a lot of things, early learning, as I touched on. And if you want to make a long-term difference in the trajectory of a child, early learning is the place to start. Because if you can read by 3rd grade, the data shows you'll be a great reader the rest of your life.
Absolutely.
If you cannot read by 3rd grade, the data shows you likely won't be. So anything early is important. But I think in terms of just the public, we're open back for business for volunteers and mentors. And so we are actually, we've eclipsed our number of mentors that we had pre-pandemic now this year, but we always need more. We have about 3,000 mentor matches in our schools, but when you think about every student on free and reduced lunch might need or could use a mentor, that's 40, 50, 60,000 students in our district. So I would certainly say mentors is a great need. Your second question in terms of what can we do as a community in terms of success, was that your question, Ms. Long?
Actually, it was more about weakness.
Oh, weakness. I like successes better.
I know, we all do, but...
No, I think our weakness is probably not unlike some of yours, is finding employees. And so we are the district's, the county's largest employer, over 13,000. Teachers have been a challenge. Bus drivers have been a challenge. We did just raise our pay to $15 for all of our employees as a minimum on October 1st. But just recruiting folks to our district, as you know, it's expensive to live here. And even in other large districts that are near us, folks can move to the margins and get out in a little rural space and get cheaper housing, and that's just not the case here. So we've been partnering with some folks around employee housing that we're going to be experimenting with and working with some municipalities who are partners with us in that. But really, high quality employees is the #1 challenge.
And I have one more follow-up,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, if I may. What do you think, for the experiences you've had working with Pinellas County, are there ways in which we could be better or more, I can't think of the adjective I'm trying to use, but just better partners with our education system in Pinellas?
I think we each have distinct roles, and I think it's important that we play off our strengths in those roles. And when Barry and I met sometime in the summer, thinking we wouldn't get to be such good friends as we are now, we just talked about quality of life and how important that is. So when we have a great quality of life to attract families here, everything wins, right? When we have a great education system that attracts businesses, attracts families to our area, we all win because of that. So I think some of the partnerships that we've had over the years in terms of even just facilities and some of the things that are maybe a little more boring and leases and right-of-ways and things like that are critical. We partner with the sheriff, who's part of the county, obviously daily almost in terms of the work that we do. So I think it's the one thing that's odd about Pinellas County, not odd, but the 24 or 22, whatever it is, municipalities create situations that are a little distinct and unique. And so many even, in Orange County or Duval, Duval has one city, right, to work with. And so sometimes you can be a little more collaborative, but I think we do a really good job. And certainly all of our mayors participate and support us as well. So I think a great example of that was your support of our one-to-one initiative and help to accelerate that and plugging in places where we need that support.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Great information.
Thank you.
Anything else? Well, a couple weeks ago, I was at Tyrone Middle School, I think at pickup time, and I thought, oh my gosh, if this is how it's going to be, we're in a lot of trouble as it was spilling out onto a major thoroughfare. But I went by there yesterday, and it seemed like they had figured out the traffic line, so seemed to be running much smoother. So that was all good news on that side of it. And I think we've been hitting the same lunch circuits recently. I've seen them at chambers and mayor's councils, and just appreciate you getting out there and sharing the information with the public. It's so important to keep people connected to our schools.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Justice.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to citizens to be heard. Item number 5 on our agenda. First is Anthony Stillo. Anthony, are you here? I'm here. Come on up. Introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tony Stillo, and I reside at 2783 Enterprise Road East, Apartment 35 in Clearwater. I was born and raised in St. Petersburg, Florida, and I have a fond interest in the future of Pinellas County. In fact, I've been a full-time employee with the county for the past 10 years, and I currently work at the Pinellas County Tax Collector's Office. I'm here today as a student currently in my last semester in St. Petersburg College, pursuing my bachelor's degree in Public Policy and Administration. I'm working on my degree's capstone case study project with Professor Jeff Kronschnabel. Luckily, I'm also interning with the county's Sustainability and Resiliency program to complete my project. I'm here providing public comment as I wish to address the Commission and give a brief overview and recommendation from my capstone project, which is a feasibility study of Pinellas County's leadership in energy and environmental design for cities and communities, better known as LEED for Cities and Communities, created by the U.S. Green Building Council. Sustainability and resiliency are two of the biggest issues facing communities today, as we've seen with rising sea levels, more powerful hurricanes, and increasing frequencies of other natural disasters. Having a healthier planet is important for everyone, and I desire to help find solutions that will benefit present and future generations. I know the Commission and the rest of the county's leadership understand this, and you have my sincere thanks for creating a dedicated sustainability and resiliency program back in 2019, which has since overseen the creation of the county's first sustainability and resiliency report and action plan. We've come a long way, no doubt, but there is always room for improvement. This brings me to my next point. My feasibility study would never have been possible without the help and support of Mr. Hank Hottie, the County Sustainability and Resiliency Coordinator. He has a lot on his plate right now, and I appreciate the opportunity for him to take so much time out of his busy schedule to help me with the distribution of my capstone survey, introducing me to the inner workings of his department, as well as fostering relationships with the leadership of multiple departments to collect data for my project. This is just the beginning of our work together, and it is my goal after graduation to help him complete the final LEED certification submittal in the near future. The LEED certification project will help our county think about how it uses resources sustainably and create benchmarks to help us compare ourselves to other local governments around the region, the country, and beyond. As part of my project, I surveyed project coordinators, lead project coordinators for cities and communities all over the Southeast United States, as well as our local communities. And the findings have shown while the initial certification process is indeed very challenging, the benchmarks that it provides are very useful, and it will give us the tools needed to improve our long-term planning, which is so critical and worth the time and effort. My recommendation to the Commission is threefold. One, provide a dedicated position to assist Mr. Hadi in completing the LEED certification project and beyond. Two, incorporate LEED benchmarks into your performance management systems. And three, tout and communicate the LEED certification once you get it. It's something to truly be proud of. If you guys have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Very good. Commissioner Long has a question.
I don't necessarily have a question, but I applaud your interest and your effort and all of the work that you have been doing. And I would like to put on your radar, in case it isn't, if you've been talking to Hank, I hope he put it on your radar. But the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council has been leading this effort since 2019, and we are getting ready to have our third Resiliency and Sustainability Summit on May 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Wow.
And it's going to be at the Trade Winds on the beach.
Got it. Great. That's
So
fantastic.
You might want to connect with them because they have voluminous amounts of information as well.
No, that sounds great. Thank you, Commissioner Long.
You're welcome.
I like how Hank made sure that you mentioned that for the next budget round, he needs more staff to support.
Like everyone else, right?
Thank you very much for being
Thank you
here.
very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you, everyone.
Next, we have Mary Mallon. Come right up and introduce yourself right there. Nope, on the other side, looking at us. There you go. Just stand right in the middle. The microphones will pick you up.
Hi, and thank you. Okay, I live next to a house that's been vacant for 21 years. I call it the haunted house because it haunts the hell out of me. It's got rats in it. The swimming pool is a science project. The guy from the education guy, he should bring the kids out to do a science project in that pool, but they've got to find it first. It's so overgrown in the backyard. Now, the county's been out a few times to try to help about this, but nothing's been done. My fear is children. Halloween's coming up. I put zip ties on the gate so nobody can get in. Well, somebody keeps cutting the zip ties. I don't know how stable the ground around the pool is, and also people could get sick. There's got to be germs back there. It's so overgrown that the county was out one day and I had them in my yard so to show them where the pool was because you can't see it. It's so overgrown now. And like I said, I know it's been 21 years because I've been in my house 24 years and I knew the elderly couple that used to live there. The house was left for the two nieces. I have to be careful. I can't call them names. But they have done nothing with it. We're in Oakhurst Grove community. All right, we have 3 houses that the same girls own, the other 2 and the one next to me, and nothing's been done. But my fear is children. I mean, Halloween's coming up. It's a great haunted house, and it's going to kill me if a child gets in there and drowns. I don't know how steady that ground around the pool is because nobody's taking care of it for all this time. All I want is something done with that. Do we have to hear the news and find out a child is killed in that backyard? I don't want to hear that. And like I said, somebody's going back there because I keep clipping the ties. The guy across the street from me, he's a detective. He got me a bunch of Ziploc ties, and I keep using them, and then they're cut off again. Okay.
Ms. Mallon, Mr. Burton, do we have a staff that can talk with her so that we can make sure we get the address? And
Tom will get the address of the property. It sounds like code enforcement has the address if they've been out there.
They said that the house is on the radar already. All 3 houses in my subdivision is on the radar. But my fear is the pool, and I don't want to see on the news as a child dies because it's a good haunted house, and we're in that season again. I shouldn't call it that, but that's the way I feel.
Does the pool have water in it?
Pardon me?
Pool has water in it?
Oh, yes, but it's so... I can't tell you what color is. Like I said, it's a science project. Bring the high school out to do a science project in that pool. I can't tell it, but it's been this way, and I know it's 21 years because I'm right next to it. And what diseases or whatnot, and I'm
Well,
sorry.
we appreciate you bringing it to our attention. Mr. Almonte, who's in the back of the room, is going to talk with you and see what we can move forward on it. Thank you for bringing it to
I
us.
will vote for you all if you get
Thank
this
you.
done. I appreciate it. Yeah, I will vote and get you back in, but you've got to get something done with that house.
Got it.
Please.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Mallon.
you.
Greg Pound?
Red Pound, Pinellas County. I'd like to bring up this article that James McGlennis on his Facebook page for sheriff. He talks about a Tampa Bay Times article where it says Pinellas Sheriff blasts foster agency, but his office removes children at Florida's highest rate in the state. And so it's a sad situation when you talk about federal funding because the federal grants is 1/3 of the money that comes into the state of Florida in the billions has to do with families and children. And so it's a real sad situation when the sheriff department, we have 67 counties, 6 counties, their sheriff's departments are over DCF, and Pinellas County is one of them. And Robert Guattieri has been protecting the child molesters running Pinellas County. And I mean, the documentation that I brought to him, Kathy Corey, B.B. Bent, law professor Bent, went to his office when Jim Coates was sheriff and presented documentation and evidence, and he just blew it right off. So when we have people like John Bryant, you remember John Bryant over St. Pete, the big John Bryant boy that adopted those little girls when molesting them, if you haven't read that, you need to read it. You can read about Judge Downey. I mean, here we got this. His last name is Downey, Judge Downey. Here's a guy looking at child porn while a court case is going on. And I mean, I don't want to describe the perversion that was going on in that court. And then you have Stacy Plummer, who was our attorney, of me and my wife trying to get our children out of your pedophile snag team here in Pinellas County. And she was charging us, she tried to bankrupt us so we wouldn't have the money to fight for our children. And I can show you the paperwork where we were paying her. All we wanted was our children out of your lying system. When people commit fraud, lying, me and my wife had nothing to hide or nothing to lie about. We had an accident dog bite. It wasn't even our fault. I wasn't even home. And now our children have been so messed up. You can't imagine. And to say this place is family friendly, anybody with half a mind would not move their family to Pinellas County, Florida. They get all their information through the school system, and the sheriff's department and the school system works together to snatch these kids up. This county is making millions, literally millions of dollars off snatching children out of their families and destroying families. And you need to read this article, the Tampa Bay Times, where it says Sheriff blasts foster agency when he's the highest in the state of snatching children out of their families in this county. You're not safe with your children in Pinellas County government. No matter what they say or how they make it all look and all their programs and this and that, it's not good for your family and your children to move to Pinellas County. I'd get out of here if I could.
David Ballard Geddes Jr.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live at Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Again, based on Pinellas County Resolution 95-286, Section 4C-2, Pinellas County has been sold to the Water District in a fee simple title, 30-year transfer of function and power as recognized in statute law. That sale took place over 12 years ago. In effect, the county is in its final stages of dissolution. Thus, the county, as sold, as transferred, is giving rise to water districts as the new seat of government. In actuality, the watershed government, the watershed management government has been masked underneath the pretense of this current government, this land government, using this system of government as its medium the entire time this government has been in place. Federalist Paper number 28 exhibits this political preponderance of such as a disease of government. George Washington, in his farewell address, again recognizes this political preponderance as a misleading form of misrepresentation in this land, and sees this in his farewell address as a government of auspice and of critical posture, as one of sinister spirit, of fallible judgment, inferior in such political qualifications. So as the government shapeshifts from its prepondered, fortnighted statesmanship into a politically laundered watershed operation, the water districts, naturally not recognizing the state boundaries, they will give way and be dissolved. The water districts will eventually, in a larger sense, give rise to watershed regions. Those watershed regions will also affect the boundaries between the United States and Canada and the United States and Mexico. The boundaries between these countries shall also, in a future sense, in a larger sense, be dissolved as well, as we see in this diagram here as Americana. And I feel as though this entire watershed operation has been in place since the founding fathers of this government, and I do not like being set up on a political platform, and we need to, as I've said in the past, discuss this situation sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Reverend Andy Oliver.
Hi, Reverend Andy Oliver, pastor of Allendale United Methodist Church. I wanted to stay and let you all know about a small need in our county that would have a huge impact on the lives of those living in Lilman alongside Haynes Road. You may remember over the past 5 years you have done construction on the north part of Haynes Road, working on sewer lines and rebuilding sidewalks. At the end of that project, just after 54th Avenue North, the sidewalk abruptly ends. In its place is a well-trodden dirt path that is just inches from Haynes Road, walked daily by children going to their bus stops, grandparents, working people, people who rely on safe walkways. Neither side of the road has a sidewalk in this 2-block area of one of the poorest areas of our county. I have emailed you each pictures of a family with a young girl walking on the path that I took today on my drive over to you. I want to thank Commissioner Chair Justice for agreeing to look into this. It has been sitting on a list of unfunded projects, according to David Duranzio. I was encouraged by him, by Mr. Duranzio, to send an email once a year to keep it on the list. The thing is, I don't think we have years to fix this simple problem. It's only a matter of time before a pedestrian is killed on this stretch of dangerous road. I'm here because seeing this need every day when I drive by, I feel liable for the life of that future child or a person in their wheelchair who's simply trying to get home. If this were a more wealthy part of the county, the fix would be a priority. In my work, I have learned in the teachings of Dr. King that when we take care of the most underserved, we are all better served. So to add to my earlier prayer, I petition you to act quickly on making this sidewalk a priority for the people who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Appreciate it.
Sounds good.
And that is, we have gotten down to about 52nd Avenue, and there's 2 blocks there that are in sore need of what you're talking about. So I appreciate you bringing it back to our attention. All right, that's all the cards I have for citizens to be heard. We'll move to our consent agenda, items 6 through 18. Anything to be pulled?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Egger, second from Commissioner Seal. We'll do a voice vote on the consent. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Move to item 19. Good afternoon, Mr. Administrator.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item number 19 is a third amendment to a contract for planning support services. This is for our Convention and Visitors Bureau for their second phase of their strategic planning.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion Motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Long. The clerk will open the machine. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
Mine is, well, mine's not coming up.
Well, did you get in?
Yes.
And it passes unanimously. Item 20.
Item 20 is a First Amendment to a Community Development Block Grant Program award for for directions with mental health services. This is an amendment because of the additional cost of a roof replacement.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers.
Question.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, I just had gotten some information from staff earlier. I just wanted to make sure that the additional $177,000, I wanted to make sure that that was all that was needed to finish the roof, or is that the cost of the roof itself? Because the original $273,000 included solar and repair work to the roof, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on what the incremental piece actually is.
Joe Riddle, Housing Community Development. Yes, sir, that is to finish the roof piece. The funding there for the solar panels is there to continue with it, but that remaining amount is to do the roof replacement as a repair, as opposed to the repair.
Okay, so that 170 then is for the actual roof replacement?
Yes, sir.
So the repair work dollars weren't used?
No, sir.
So do we need the entire 443?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we have gone back with the contractors and asked them to ask for some additional quotes on the roof replacement, hopefully to reduce that amount. And it is on a reimbursement basis, so if there's any left over, then we bring it back in-house.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Further questions? We have a motion and a second. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. Item 21.
This is a grant agreement with Florida Department of Law Enforcement for the Criminal Analysis Laboratory System Grant. This is for our forensic laboratory in the amount of $265,000.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Eggers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 22.
And this is an interlocal agreement with the Public Defender's Office of the 6th Judicial Circuit in support of the jail diversion program, juvenile crossover case management and therapy, information technology staff, and the Pinellas County Mental Health Court. These are all items that were budgeted within the 2023 budget and now are being incorporated into the intergovernmental agreement.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Flowers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 23.
Item 23 is a grant agreement with Florida Department of Environmental Protection for Vulnerability Assessment Phase 2. This is part of the Resilient Florida Grant Program.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Long. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 24.
This is an amendment number 1 to Fire Station 19 funding agreement between us and the Lellman Special Fire Control District. The district requests additional funds from the county in the amount of $787,000. This is actual cost, obviously, with everything. Cost have went up, and so this is a result. So this would be our portion for the increased cost out of the penny for Pinellas.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Drove by it this morning. It's looking good. Item 25.
This is award acceptance of a fiscal year 22 Office of Community Oriented Policing, Police Technology and Equipment Funding Program. This is a grant that will provide $1.75 million to our consolidated computer-aided dispatch system.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. That's a pretty big deal. Item 26.
It's a very big deal. And item number 26 is an extension of our hazardous materials response team agreement with the cities of Pinellas Park, Seminole, St. Petersburg, and Palm Harbor Special Fire Control and Rescue District.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Egger, second by Commissioner Gerard. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. Item 27.
This resolution application is to receive emergency medical services trust fund monies for pre-hospital medical services. This is amount of $146,000.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 28.
This is our advanced life support first responder agreement with 16 municipalities and independent fire districts. And you can see the funding breakdown, but it's $44,530,000.
Just a real quick question. Which two are, St. Pete Beach, is, they're not included, is that?
Dave,
The-
want to come up?
They'll be coming?
I'm going to ask them.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Dave Hare, Deputy Director of Safety and Emergency Services. Answer your question, yes, both will be coming. They were just approved by St. Pete.
Okay, just not in a timely.
That's
Okay,
correct.
all right, thank you.
Further questions, or is there a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Flowers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 29, County Attorney.
Under item number 29, I'm asking you to approve the revised county attorney policy relating to legal representation of multiple clients. As I've described to you in the past, this is really a result of county charter obligations that state that the county attorney shall represent the county, the various independent constitutional officers, as well as some other boards and policies. This is a revised policy that is just largely being updated to make sure we remain consistent with current law and to make it a little bit more readable, hopefully, for our clients. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know I've talked about it a couple times, but again, this is an update to a policy that's been in place since 2008.
Questions? Or is there a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Long. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Any reports?
Yes, actually, I passed out to each of you at the agenda review last week, coincidentally, a request for a waiver of a conflict. This is under the old policy since the lawsuit that was filed that this relates to was filed prior to your recent approval of the new one. This is essentially a conflict waiver between the county and the clerk of court. Both of us were sued by a citizen related to an ordinance violation. And just by way of example, this is the type of thing that we would normally bring forward to you all to waive that conflict in a case where we don't anticipate the type of conflict that would lead us to withdraw from representation of both parties. We really have a common interest here in defending this lawsuit. And just by way of information, the clerk has already approved this waiver. And now I'm asking for the board to do the same.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Seal. Further questions? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously.
One more thing I will mention, the waiver that you all just approved is specific to litigation that has been filed. Now that you all have approved the revised policy that we brought forward, we're going to bring forward at a point in the future the general blanket waivers that we have in place with the county and each of the independent officers, so you will see that at a point in the future.
Very good. Any other questions? Thank you very much. County Administrator reports.
No report other than we're continuing to meet with all of our employees through employee forums. So we have 11 of those scheduled and to conduct staff evaluations. And so that pretty much sums up the days.
Thank you very much. Item 32, appointments to the Greater Seminole Area Special Recreation District. There are 2 applicants and there are 2 positions. There is a ballot, or we can do a voice vote to approve 2, or one, whatever the wish of the board is.
Mr. Chair, a voice vote would be okay.
Move approval?
Second.
I think she was saying a voice vote would be preferred.
Sorry, yeah.
Motion by
thank you.
Commissioner Seal, second by Commissioner Flowers. Further questions? The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote on item 32. Passes unanimously. Item 33, approve 2 reappointments to the local planning agency, individual reappointments by Commissioners Gerard and Eggers.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Eggers, second from Commissioner Gerard. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It passes unanimously. Item 34, appointments to the Tourist Development Council.
I do have ballots for those.
You have ballots for this one.
This one's not quite as clean. I mean, it's better, but it used to be.
Good, Johnny. Come on. Thank you. Okay. Do they need our name? Oh, yeah. It's on there. She used to do that. Previous one.
Do we have to put our name on?
It's on there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's on there. Sorry.
Thanks. And you're just getting more.
Give you a second to look at that. See if it takes any real time or if it's pretty unanimous.
The board has selected Russ Kimball, Bill Henderson, Doreen Moore, and Julie Ward Bujalski.
Thank you very much. Those are all reappointments, so they will continue their good work. All right, item 35, County Commission new business. As I mentioned in the work session, we need to re-vote on the County Commission appointee to the Pinellas Educational Facilities Authority, and we do have ballots for that. Thank you.
Yes, I was for this. Sure. And the board has selected Noreen Hodges.
Thank you very much. All right. Other new business pertinent timely committee board updates. Commissioner Gerard.
I have nothing.
All right. Commissioner Seal. Commissioner Eggers.
Well, I do have a couple things, and since I'm now doing the Forward Pinellas report, I think I sent the report to everybody, a summary of what went on. So I guess I would just make a couple of comments so that residents might pick up on some of the things that we're talking about. First, we're doing a study on the target employment and industrial land study, which really addresses our target employment centers. There's a real challenge for land on that basis. There's not that much land to begin with. There's a state law change that made those lands vulnerable to residential development. And there's the market pressures right now. So we're really trying to be careful. We're trying to study that and bring it forward later for more discussion and deliberation. There was a TBARTA report, talked a little bit about gondolas, well-suited in Clearwater. We're going to leave it up to the city of Clearwater to move forward. Council member David Albritton responded it was well-received, and most of the council were in favor of moving it forward, so we'll see what happens there. The board unanimously approved the establishment of a nominating committee. And then there was some discussion about, pretty heated discussion, I guess, about waterborne transportation and the role that it plays in funding sources and the like. And so there'll be a lot more conversation about that. As an example, Manatee County is moving forward with a plan to purchase 2 watercraft vehicles to create a water taxi service that connects downtown to Anna Marie Island. So the Waterborne Transportation Group is talking about intercoastal, or, within the intercoastal waterway service, and so there's more conversation coming on that front. And I'll leave it at that for the MPO update. Just real quickly, wanted to say that the Florida Metropolitan Planning Organization will be having a meeting this Thursday. I'll be attending virtually. I can't get over there in time. It's all the way over in Orlando. I wanted to thank our folks at tell me, the YMCA had a prayer breakfast on this past week. It was really well done, just great to get back together. Dr. Grego was the guest speaker, and he really talked about the importance of faith in his work over the years, and it was kind of neat to hear that, how important that is to him. But it was really good, and I really appreciated that effort. I continue to attend the Downtown Palm Harbor Advisory Board, and there's some good things happening there, but still a lot of work to go on the direction as it relates to the chamber's role and the retail merchants' role and funding opportunities that might be available to help accomplish some of the goals in that community. So we'll see how that goes and continue to work in getting a board together there. And I attended the FICSA. There was some good discussion about everything, but they really talked a little bit about the county capital improvement responsibility discussion and what I thought was going to be a little bit more testy. It was very good and positive, and thankful that the county has the role that we do in helping their facilities. So, and that's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Peters, anything?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Flowers?
Yes, sir. The first is, I think I had Darlena contact the chair to see if there was any interest in attending the EOD dinner, the Pinellas County Urban League EOD dinner. Normally they get stuff out way in advance, I guess a little behind because of the passing of Watson, but that dinner is the 29th, which is this Saturday. So if we don't get a table, I didn't know if anybody else wanted to go. I certainly wanted to go to just support, because I know the commission has supported before. And then just to put on your alert, the MLK leadership breakfast is coming back around for NCNW since we got past the COVID situation. So just wanted to toss that out in case we want to attend that together as a organization, as a group. And then Commissioner Janet Long will probably say a little bit more, but we did have our T-Barter meeting. If you recall, we stated that we would bring you back a report as it relates to what happened in that meeting. So the overwhelming sense was that T-Barter will be dissolving. There was a lot of discussion back and forth about projects like the gondola project and like the boat ferry project that we have that'll go along the intercoastal and Clearwater, because those are two viable things that are ready to move forward, and they have good traction and good support. But without T-Barter being there, the next conversation will be, well, who will take that project over? We haven't figured out all of the nuances that are necessary. We did ask of the attorney who was present, and she asked for a little bit more time to try to determine based on statute, because there are some things in statute that may allude to the legislature having to essentially give us permission to dissolve, since they're the ones that created us. And if so, then we'll let that process follow, and then we do what we need to on our end. So that really took up the majority of both the Finance Committee as well as the Planning Committee, just talking about that. Commissioner Holcomb, who will soon be Representative Holcomb, did say that he's going to file the bill to dissolve T-Barter. He serves on T-Barter. But he again acknowledged the frustration in not being able to get anything moved past the starting line because of Hillsborough. So Commissioner Long may have a little bit more to say, but that's essentially the direction that we're going. So as I shared before, we do have enough funds to operate through 2023, but as a result of what has been an unofficial position of everyone, it looks like TBARTA will be dissolving, but whether or not it will merge with this organization or that, we haven't quite figured that out yet because of what role TBARTA plays versus what some of the others do and how they could meld together, and even if the legislature would agree to that. So it's just a lot of other nuances that go into play with that. So we had that conversation. And that's, the only other thing is I attended the job fair, St. Pete Works job fair that was at Pinellas Technical College. Place was packed with vendors. Pinellas County was in the house. Their human resources department from different departments. People were stopping by the booth and they were getting some good leads on employment positions. So I visited all the booths, but I stopped there and had a long conversation with staff and was telling them I was really happy to see them there. But as a result of that, I went to Senator Roussan with an idea as it relates to potential ways to encourage graduates to return back to our community to teach. And so I'll be meeting with Senator Roussan and Superintendent Kevin Hendricks to talk about that. While we don't have any jurisdiction over it, it just was something interesting that came about as it relates to, maybe consideration for hiring bonuses or relocation fees because of the cost of housing, the increased cost of housing. And Senator Roussan did say that the incoming Senate President does have, as a part of her agenda, housing and how to work with that to make sure that people who want jobs here can afford to live here. So I'll just keep you updated on that, but that should be interesting. That's it.
Quick question for
Yes,
Commissioner
sir.
Eggers.
the job seeker side. Was that pretty well attended as well?
Packed. And they were providing, depending on where you were, job offers on the spot. I was so pleased.
That's so
EverHealth, FDOT was there, and they had about 6 persons that, because I was asking numbers, how many have you interviewed today? How many are candidates that are viable? How many did you offer a job today? How many are you going to do second interviews?
That's awesome.
So it was over, and people were still coming, so hopefully they'll do it again. But I was so pleased both with the vendors as well as the persons who were job seekers.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Commissioner. What did I do? You're on.
Oh, I'm used to the red.
Oh.
I forgot where I was.
Hit the button.
I know. Okay, so I have 2 things, and one of them is follow-up from Commissioner Flowers over here about the TBARTA issue. I could say a lot of things. Most of you have heard all of the comments that I've made in the past. My opinion has not changed one bit. Out of these kind of things, I think it's an enormous opportunity to create something a little better and more able to accomplish the goals that we all have to provide good public transportation in our community. And so at some point, hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll have an opportunity to have a real thoughtful, in-depth discussion about what is our role and where do we fit in to help move the dial. There were some interesting observations made with regard to why we are where we are, but the one thing that we have never ever talked about is the leadership. And you all know that if you want to move a big, huge issue forward, there has to be leadership, and all of us serve on a lot of different boards. So here's a good example of what I'm saying. As has already been referenced, I think, by Commissioner Eggers, the gondola project was presented at the City Council a week ago or so, and the mayor was very interested in it, and his question was, well, what are the recommendations and what's next?
and it was crickets in terms of any recommendation or any action plan to help move the dial. And therein is where I see the biggest problem with T-BARTA. And so we have been talking about where to put our funds. I would not be recommending to move any of our funds there, because all we're doing now is paying for the executive director, an administrative assistant, and a finance person. Everybody else is gone and or in the process of leaving. So I don't think that's our role as a government. There have been no presentations made to us by anyone from T-BARTA about why we should continue moving our money to them. So if there's no interest there, doesn't that say everything we need to know? I don't know. My second point is, Commissioner Justice, with all due respect, this is an issue. The Skyway lighting resolutions that we have been doing as of late, I'm a little curious about how we decide how to do that. I mean, we've probably done, what, 4 or 5 of them in the last few months, all different colors, that maybe somebody knows what the colors signify, but I venture to say our citizens don't. And I think there should be some, I mean, is it just as simple as switching a switch? I don't know. But I do think there ought to be some criteria that we use in order to do those things. And it shouldn't be just, well, I mean, I'd like to have the color changed to, you know, this color green. Can I do that? Would anybody know what it meant? I don't know. I'm just raising.
We have been
the question.
following the procedure set forth to us by the Department of Transportation, that it has to have an approval from each of the 3 counties, county commissions. We attempted to have the county commission give that authority to the chairman to make that unilateral decision. The Department of Transportation rejected that policy and wanted a full resolution voted on by the commission. Every request that we have brought forward has been on behalf of some organization. I don't remember off the top of my head if the DOT has somewhere on their website that has a schedule on what color is for what. But the ones that I bring forward are requests that we get either through, some of them from the Department of Transportation, some of them from the organization themselves, and then we follow the procedure that we've had.
Interesting. I did not know that, so thank you for sharing.
Yes, ma'am.
And talk to Secretary Gwynn. I'm just curious
I
about it.
would love for you to talk to the secretary about it.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I was remiss in one part. We had a wonderful presentation by a representative from CSX.
Oh, that's right, we did.
He answered so many, first of all, I was wondering where has he been, but
Yeah.
he answered so many questions. But the long and short of it is, CSX is not interested in selling their rail lines. So he kind of danced around it until we pinned him, really. And we talked about a number of rails that used to run, lumber rails especially. We talked about the lines that have been since covered up. A school has been built over it, the Pinellas Trail, just other things. He did say that administration has changed as far as the president of CSX Lines. For the transportation of goods and service piece, not the movement of people piece, because they do lease out the lines for that. But he did say that if there was a solid plan, that a conversation could be derived from as a result of that plan, that he would be very interested to hear it and he would walk it through. So not walk it through necessarily for agreement, but, at least get it where it needs to go. So I'm sorry I was remiss in that. I was very glad to have, all of us were very glad to have received that presentation. He answered a lot of questions.
It was very good. That said, though, that's the same answer that we've had for the last year or two, that they were not interested. And the other fly in the ointment, Commissioner Flowers, is that, to my knowledge, the state of Florida would not allow us to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on a leased arrangement.
Right.
So unless that changes, you can walk it through however you want, or it's not going to pass muster.
Commissioner Eggers, did you have something on this
Yeah,
topic?
no, not on this topic. It was just one other thing.
Let me just let them wrap.
Yeah, I'm done.
You done? All right, Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, first of all, I'm glad that you're not going to have to continue putting those lights up personally on the weekends.
It's a busy, it's a busy Friday night.
Yeah, they apparently they do the lighting from over in Jacksonville, but I did hear from a couple of
Really, for the Skyway?
Mhm.
Oh, no.
yeah, but I have had a couple of organizations that said that they do get pictures of it and then send it to their people that give money. It's a great way to raise money for these different causes. So I think it's a good program. The only other thing I was going to say, I attended the East Lake Extravaganza, 10 o'clock on Saturday morning, and the place was packed with kids, and there was all kinds of fun things, educational things, putting a fire out, all that stuff. But the fire chief was very appreciative of the new ambulance that they have just gotten in place. You may not know, but in East Lake, they only have one fire truck per location. So, and they have one road to connect the north and the south. So when there's the traffic for work hour traffic going north, you just can't get there. So what they're probably going to do is station the ambulance on the north end when the traffic's going north, and the vice versa. So it's going to make the people of East Lake feel a lot better and safer. It wasn't necessarily a numbers game. It was more about covering the people that we're supposed to cover from a public health standpoint, and they were very, very appreciative to the board. So I just want to pass that along. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duran.
I did forget to say that we had a very successful kickoff of the Sun Runner.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Last Friday? Thursday. I knew that.
Friday was the official, I guess.
Yeah,
the
whatever.
Public, yeah.
It started officially on Friday, and it was packed from the first run on Friday all weekend.
Standing room only.
Yeah.
Great.
So people are excited.
Commissioners, if you would let Courtney in my office know if you want to attend the Urban League dinner. We have been working, I apologize we didn't get back with you, but we have been working on rounding that up. But if you let Courtney know if you want to attend, that will help us with that part of it.
We have a wedding in
Anything else for the good of the order? Last thing is, if you're listening, you're a registered voter in Pinellas County, early voting is ongoing right now. Visit votepinellas.gov to find an early voting location or request a ballot by mail. We are in recess until 6 p.m.
Thank you.
We will reconvene the Board of County Commissioners meeting, 6 p.m. for our public hearings. We'll open our public hearings, beginning with item 36. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 36 is case number CW 2215. This is a proposal by the City of Clearwater to amend the countywide plan map from office to retail and services regarding .74 acre more or less located at 1640 Gulf to Bay Boulevard. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Commissioners, you want to see a presentation? No. I have one card from the applicant for questions only if needed. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Long, and the clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously 6-0. Item 37.
Agenda item number 37 is case number CW 2216. This is a proposal by Pinellas County to amend the county-wide plan map from residential very low, residential low medium, and recreation open space to residential low medium and recreation open space regarding 64.1 acres more or less located at 36750 U.S. Highway 19 North. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
All right. Do we want to see a brief presentation on this? We have 3 items on the same. Can we have a brief staff presentation? Good evening.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Rodney Chapman, Planning Division Manager with Fort Pinellas. What you're acting on tonight is your role as the Countywide Planning Authority is the future land use amendment relative to the Innisbrook case. And you did review and act on a portion of this back at your May meeting. But essentially the action is amending the countywide plan map from residential very low, residential low medium, and recreation open space to residential low medium and rec open space. And the purpose of this amendment is to facilitate the creation of a short course for the Innisbrook Resort and to also develop a residential development on the remainder of that course. You all are familiar with the property. It's south of Klosterman Road and west of US 19 in North Pinellas. There is a mix of obviously golf course and residential uses on the property. The property is also surrounded by uses consisting of single-family residential and commercial retail. There is some context to this amendment just to jog your memory. The amendment consists of 14 separate parcels within the resort, and this action ultimately creates parcel L, with the remaining parcels of B, D, E, G, and H comprise the rest of the amendment area. And that nomenclature reflects the previously approved master plan for this site. The existing master plan, which is going to be amended outside of this action, will transfer some existing unused density throughout the master plan for the new residential development that's created. That essentially would create another 180 units and apply those to parcel L. And at the same time, 92 units of existing density which have been allocated to parcels B, D, E, G, and H will be extinguished as those parcels will be converted to recreation open space. So in total, there are approximately 32.6 acres of property on parcel L that'll be designated as rec open space and proposed to change to residential low medium. Additionally, there are approximately 21.2 acres of property designated as residential low medium and are proposed to amend to rec open space. So there is a slight reduction in overall recreation open space acreage that would be reduced from about 73% of the current resort to about 71.5%. This image just shows you where those parcels that will be created under the nomenclature of parcel L that will house the new residential development, those 180 units that I talked about. This image is showing you the location of those parcels B, D, E, and so on that will have their units extinguished, and then those parcels converted to rec open space designation. And then this just gives you that information in a tabular format with a map of the current countywide plan map to the right, showing those areas where residential uses are currently allowed in yellow and where those rec open space uses are in green. And then this table shows the change, again, from those designations that I mentioned earlier, and then the change to the map categories where, again, that new parcel L is now in yellow and those remaining parcels are now in green. This slide just shows the permitted uses and associated entitlements for the residential very low category. This slide, same for the residential low medium. And likewise, the entitlements available for the recreation open space designation. As part of our analysis, we also evaluate things like impacts to the coastal high hazard area. And so there is about a little less than 5 acres of the 64.1 that are in the coastal high hazard area. But this action does not increase any residential entitlements in those areas. It keeps those as they are. As a matter of fact, at the countywide level, we would allow up to 10 units per acre, but the county has a policy to ratchet that down to 5 units an acre, and they are maintaining that standard. And so lastly, we determined that this action is consistent with the countywide plan and recommend approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before, when we heard the case, of course, there were some residents that were concerned as it relates to the additional units that they wanted to do on one side. I think there was a wall or some shrubbery or bush. And we asked them to please go and try to kind of work that out because they didn't want their view obstructed. But, you know, we knew what the overall development for this project was going to be. Do you know if all of that was?
Good question. I am not aware, Commissioner Flowers. I don't know if anyone from the development team can come and speak to that.
Okay. I know they said that they would go.
You can do it under the countywide map. I guess we can go ahead and do it because you're going to have the land use piece next.
Yeah, however you want to. I just remember that was like only one issue. Other than that, it seemed like everything was moving fine. So I just wanted to, hey.
Good evening.
How you doing?
I'm Ed Armstrong. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson. We are located at 600 Cleveland Street, Suite 800 in Clearwater, and I represent the applicant here tonight. And Commissioner Flowers, the answer to your question is we engaged in a very constructive dialogue with those neighbors. We have a letter of support from those neighbors tonight. Okay. Candidly, that would probably procedurally would go under the discussion of the master plan revision, which is later on in the agenda. But I can put your mind at ease that we have very addressed that in a very constructive fashion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions, commissioners, for staff? All right, we've got a few, thank you, Mr. Chapman. We've got a few speakers for this item. For item 37, Cindy Terrapani, did you want to speak, or Mr. Armstrong?
We have a whole bunch of blue cards from our consulting team, and maybe to simplify the process, let me just let you know that we are available for questions. We have not planned on a presentation because you all have seen this previously.
All right, Christopher Hatton, is that also? All right, very good. Commissioners, I have no other blue cards for item 37.
Move approval.
Close the public hearing. Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. We'll go to 38. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 38 is case number CW 2218. This is a proposal by Pinellas County to amend a county-wide plan map from residential median to residential high regarding 4.3 acres more or less, located at 6464 54th Avenue North. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received and the matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
I have no blue cards. Commissioners, did you want a presentation? We've seen this a couple times already. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. Item 30, thank you. Item 39.
Agenda item number 39 is case number CW 2219. This is a proposal by Pinellas County to amend a countywide plan map from residential low-medium to office regarding .13 acre more or less located at 3205 alternate US 19 North. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioners, questions? I have no cards on this. Anyone wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Egger, second by Commissioner Long. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. Item 40.
Agenda item number 40 is case number CW 2220. This is a proposal by the City of Clearwater to amend the countywide plan map from office to public, semi-public, regarding 1.86 acres, more or less, located at 905 South Highland Avenue. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you very much. I have one card in person from Dylan Prinz, just for questions, I understand. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. We do have one speaker using Zoom, James Onembo. I see your hand raised. If you would unmute, you'll have 3 minutes to present to the board.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to appear this evening. My name is Jim Onimbo. I'm an owner of a property located at 2261 Tuscany Trace in Palm Harbor. I'm appearing on behalf of myself and have been asked to express the unanimous feelings of the Tuscany at Innisbrook Board of Directors.
I think this is the wrong item.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
In October,
Mr. Nembo, Mr. Let me hold on for 1 second. I think we've got you on the wrong item number.
I thought mine was 45, actually.
Well, I've got you at 43, but the case number was listed as a different case number. So are you interested in talking on the Innisbrook item?
Yes, I am, sir.
All right. I'm going to come back to you in just a couple items. Hold on one.
Okay, I'll mute. Want me to mute myself again?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Item number 40, CW 22-20, City of Clearwater. We have Clearwater staff. Commissioners, any questions on this item? Anyone else wishing to testify? We'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Long. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. Item 41, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 41 is case number CW 2217. This is a proposal by the City of Tarpon Springs to amend a countywide plan map from residential low-medium to activity center regarding .32 acre more or less, located at 100 and 108 North Ring Avenue. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Commissioners, any questions on this? All right, I have no cards. Anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Move approval. Second.
Motion from Commissioner Gerard, second from Commissioner Flowers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 42 and 43 are related items, and I don't think what we talked about will be a...
No, what you'll see on these two items is a single staff presentation and a single opportunity for public comment.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, did you want to see the presentation on this item, or Mr. Chapman, did your previous presentation
No,
I
This is a
think we
separate-
need to go
Staff
ahead, and
from-
I'm going to invite the clerk to also read into the record the announcement
We'll get-
recognizing the affidavit of publication.
Yep, we'll get there. All right, item 42, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 42 is case number FLU 2106 and is the second of two public hearings to consider a proposed ordinance amending the Pinellas County future land use map. This is a request by Salamander Innisbrook LLC for a land use designation change from recreation open space, residential suburban, and residential low medium to residential low, and from residential estate, residential suburban, and residential low medium to recreation open space regarding approximately 64.1 acres located at 36750 US Highway 19 North in Palm Harbor. The public hearing was properly advertised, and affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 2 letters and 7 emails in opposition have been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
All right. Madam Attorney, did you have anything else on getting us in the proper posture?
No, but I would suggest that we go ahead and have her read the announcement for 43 as well and move into the staff presentation.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 43 is case number DMP 2102. This is a request by Salamander Innisbrook LLC to modify a development master plan on a residential plan development zoned property to transfer existing unused residential entitlements from various areas of the 844.55 acre development master plan to newly designated 53.71 acre parcel L, and to allow for the development of 180 residential units consisting of single-family detached homes and townhouses for the property located at 36750 US Highway 19 North in Palm Harbor. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 2 letters and 7 emails in opposition have been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bailey, do you want to provide us a brief presentation?
Or maybe Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bailey does not want to provide us a brief presentation. Good evening.
Good evening. Scott Swearingen, Long Range Planning Manager, Pinellas County. It's good to be before you again this evening. So before you, agenda items 42 and 43, future land use map amendment is 42, and then an associated item, a companion item, is a development master plan modification, which is 43. The property Innisbrook Resort, Palm Harbor, west of US 19, future land use map covers approximately 64.1 acres. And the development master plan overall covers about 845 acres. It's pretty much the Innisbrook Resort. And there's a creation of a new parcel L, which is just under 54 acres that I'll get into in just a little bit. The future land use map amendment, this is the second public hearing. We were before you, if you recall, in April, where you authorized transmittal to state review agencies. And this is from residential open space, recreation open space, residential suburban, and residential low medium to residential low, and that's about just under 43 acres. And then the remainder of that is from various residential categories: residential estate, residential suburban, residential low medium to recreation open space, and that's just over 21 acres. The development master plan portion, that modification, what it does is it transfers 180 of the existing entitled units that are already in that master plan from various other parcels on the property into a new parcel L. So basically just takes those entitlements and pulls them from certain parcels and then brings them to parcel L, and then sets parameters for that development as well, like land use and other types of just development parameters as you normally see in like a rezoning, for example. The zoning atlas doesn't change. It's residential plan development. Innisbrook Resort, the development master plan is shown in red. At the north end, you have Klosterman, and then to the west, just a little bit further to the west, you have Belcher. To the south, Bee Pond Road, Palm Harbor area. You see in the blue is that proposed parcel L, which will become a part of the development master plan. So 140 or 845 acres in total. It was created in the late 60s as a gated golf resort residential community. It was approved for 2,305 residential units to date. There have been 1,876 units developed. So the delta there are the entitlements that remain in the resort for development that have already been approved for development. 4 18-hole golf courses, clubhouse, driving range, teaching facilities, restaurants, other recreational items, convention center, event space, those kinds of things are also spread throughout the resort as well. And the applicant is proposing to modify one of the 4 golf courses. It's the Osprey North course into what is called a short course, which they can probably give you better details than I could as to how that would be arranged. But it's not removing a course, it's basically modifying one of the courses into a short course is what it's called, and to also build 180 of the 429 dwelling units remaining entitled on the property. This requires a future land use map amendment as well as a development master plan amendment, essentially allowing residential uses where proposed in a future land use map, and then amending, changing some of the residential designations that exist on there today to recreation open space. So kind of doing a little bit of kind of trading like that on the master plan. And then again, the master plan modification would transfer some of the entitlements from certain areas into that new parcel L and then set those development parameters there too. The left side of your map is the current land use map, and in red, it basically just highlights the areas that will be impacted on the current land use map. More importantly, the proposed land use map on the right side shows where those changes are made, and those changes are shown with the red outline. So if you look sort of more to, well, maybe not, from the center down, the 5 smaller parcels, they're going from residential low medium to recreation open space on the land use map. And then in parcel L, you see kind of an assortment of changes, residential land use changes from, say, like residential low medium, which is a 10 units per acre designation, to residential low, which is a 5 unit per acre designation. Other areas are being changed to recreation open space as well. So it gets a little mixed up there, but I'm going to show you that in tabular form in just a moment. On the proposed master plan, again, it's in red, you see that new parcel L that would be created, and then some of the entitlements would come off parcels B, D, E, F, G, and H, and with those 180 units would be brought to parcel L. Some site photos. This is the very north end. You can see to the very left side, just south of Klosterman, which is the current entrance into the property, the north entrance, which would remain. Those 2 buildings you see and the parking and the access there kind of in the center of the photo, that's an area, one of the areas that's designated recreation open space currently, and that area would be, under this proposal, would be redeveloped with residential and would have a residential low land use designation. The parcels that you see to the top left of your photo, that is Klosterman Oaks, and then just to the south of that is a part of the Innisbrook Resort, and just to the south of that is where townhomes would be developed as well, and further south of that is where single-family homes would also be developed. This is the Inverness Hall Convention Center. That would be demolished along with the associated loading and parking facilities there too, and that would be is an area where single-family homes are proposed currently. You can see some other photos on the northwest area, parcel L. You can see part of that Osprey North course. The northeast parcel L office area, this is kind of the area that I showed you initially where they had the 2 ancillary buildings in a parking area that's actually designated rec open space, but will be changed to residential low on the future land use map. And then, of course, Inverness Hall parking area to the right, that would be demolished and redeveloped for single-family homes. So these changes to residential low, they're necessary to support to transfer the entitlements into this new parcel L in a development master plan. There are changes from residential designations on 5 parcels to recreation open space to help offset that reduction in the recreation open space area from changing that course to a short course. Subparcels for L1, 3, 4, and 5, various residential and recreation open space categories changing to residential low, and these are the areas that would be where those development entitlements would be brought to. Oops. And the remainder of parcel L, L6 through L10, various residential categories on the land use map that would be changed to rec open space. And that covers parcel L, and then the remainder of the changes on the land use map would be in the parcels B, D, E, G, and H, all of those with current future land use map designations of residential, and those would be going to recreation open space. Our policy 1.3.5, the coastal management element of our comprehensive plan, tells us that we should have no more than 5 dwelling units per acre permitted in the coastal high hazard area. Currently, there is a residential low-medium designation on the land use map in the subject parcel that allows up to 10 dwelling units per acre. And that is being changed to RL, residential low, which would limit that to 5 dwelling units per acre, which would help it become more consistent with our comprehensive plan overall. And to note, there would be no new residential entitlements are being proposed within Innisbrook. All proposed development is accounted for in that development master plan. So no new entitlements would be added to the development master plan overall. A small portion of parcel L is where residential units are proposed is within the coastal high hazard area. And again, it's currently designated RLM at 10 units per acre, and that's going to be changed to RL 5 units per acre. That would, again, sort of help be in line with that comprehensive plan policy. There's an access drive that is proposed that would cross the coastal high hazard area to access the townhome cluster. In order to help offset some of these issues with the coastal high hazard area, through the development master plan, which is the next agenda item, it's not really the future land use map item, but the development master plan portion. Habitable buildings will be constructed to exceed the current required floor elevation by 2 feet, and roadways designated to meet the current base flood elevation, maintain existing drainage pattern, and drainage flow underneath the roadway. So certain commitments are being made through the development master plan to help address those impacts and offset any potential impacts there too. Real quickly, outlined in black is parcel L, and that crosshatch that goes from the top left to the bottom right, and it's in orange, and that shows you where the residential development is being proposed through the development master plan. And then where you see where there's that double crosshatch in black, where that overlays the orange, is where you see where there's coastal high hazard area. So you see a couple small areas that it kind of skirts into some of the residential lots that would be brought about through the site plan process. And those are really the impacts from the coastal high hazard area.
But no recreation open space will be converted to that. It's basically being downed.
Yes.
Down?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With regard to recreation open space, great segue, thank you. So our comprehensive plan, objective 1.5 of our recreation open space and cultural element prohibits the conversion of dedicated recreation open space, and then encourages retention of non-dedicated recreation open space. And so to note, there's only non-dedicated recreation open space that would change per this land use amendment. And essentially, as Mr. Chapman pointed out, it's about just about 1.5% of the overall Innisbrook resort. It would basically go from 73% of the resort is recreation open space to about 72%. It's about 1.5% change from this amendment. Also to note, what we're talking about the change from that recreation open space is primarily golf course, those ancillary buildings that I pointed out in the photo, and those parking areas, for one. And also to note that this is a private gated recreation area. It's internal to Innisbrook, so public recreation, public open space, it is indeed public because it is in the county, but it's also, it's restricted as well in that sense. It's mostly golf course area that's being, where a course is being changed. So the net reduction in recreation open space amounts to 11.35 acres. Again, it's all non-dedicated recreation open space. It includes golf course area and those other areas within the buildings and parking areas that have that ROS designation already, but are being used there too for those uses. And the area proposed to be designated with the residential low designation includes a transfer of entitled units from other areas of Innisbrook. So again, we're not adding entitlements to the project overall. The reduction in size is to one of the 4 golf courses. It's all 4 courses would still remain, so we're not losing a course through this. And then through that development master plan, which is the next item, which this is a part of, the applicant is committing to various mitigation measures to offset those impacts, which I think they could speak to. Zoning is not changing, residential plan development, no zoning changes. I'll kind of leave it at that unless you want me to touch on it a little more. And then with the development master plan modification, so transferring those entitlements into that parcel L, and creating that parcel L and then transferring into there and setting those parameters there too. It would include, those parameters would make sure that there's really kind of just allowed a mixture of single family detached and townhomes, open space, stormwater ponds. It addresses road layout, access, those kinds of things, lot sizes, building setbacks, buffering and mitigation as well. You can see from, this is part of the development master plan, you can see this is kind of the northwest part of the master plan. In the yellow is where it's a preliminary kind of conceptual layout of how the development would work in that new parcel L. So again, those mitigation measures are not a part of the land use amendment, and they can't be really a part of the land use amendment. They're part of the development master plan. Those are, those parameters that are attached to that master plan, and includes enhancing buffering along the property lines within parcel L that are external to Innisbrook, so along the edges of parcel L. The developer, the applicant is committing to removal of invasive plant species and native replanting throughout various areas of the resort. Roads are going to be designed to meet current base flood elevation, and all habitable buildings constructed to exceed the current required finished floor elevation by 2 feet. This is the proposed buffer area. If I could go really quickly to the overhead, because the applicant has, after meeting with the neighbors, the applicant has submitted a revised proposed buffer area. It's very close to what is shown already on, in the presentation. However, they have added and made commitments to amounts of vegetation and types of vegetation, and as well as a retaining wall for a certain portion of that buffer area that would be, that faces Klosterman Oaks to the north. And that should be a part of your agenda packet as well. That made it into the agenda packet.
So could you show me what it was? Do you have up there what it was?
Sure. Yes, if we could go back to the presentation, please. It's pretty much, there's not much change to it. It's just adding in detail and adding in commitment to what is actually happening within that buffer area.
Okay. All right.
But the parameters of it, that doesn't change. Okay. Okay, I'm going to land the plane. Traffic impact analysis was performed. There are minimal impacts on surrounding public roadways. And the applicant is committed to emergency access point on a Klosterman Road if it's required by the fire marshal. Residential and institutional land uses to the north and northwest of parcel L, residential suburban, residential low, designation on the adjacent properties. Buffer area along north property line will be designated recreation open space, which is important because that'll be on the future land use map now as recreation open space designation, which holds some weight, I think. So staff finds the proposed land use amendments are compatible with the surrounding uses and consistent with the comprehensive plan with minimal impacts. Development Review Committee staff recommended approval, as did the local planning agency. You folks in April authorized us to submit this to state and regional review agencies for statutory review. We received 6 agency comments on the proposal. No impacts, no comments, no objections to the proposal. And finally, the development master plan it's required to this case in order to make those changes to locate those residential units. The applicant is committing to various mitigation measures for the master plan. It's compatible with surrounding land uses, and we find it consistent with the comprehensive plan. The DRC also recommended approval, as did the local planning agency. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Swearingen. You've heard presentation on the future land use map and the development master plan modification. Are there questions for staff?
Very thorough.
All right, thank you, Mr. Swearingen.
Move approval.
Well, we got hang on.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Mr. Armstrong, I assume it's the same situation for your 3 representatives?
Excuse me, Ed Armstrong again on behalf of the applicant. What I would like to do, just to formalize this, is ask Ms. Terrapini, our planning consultant, to come forward and enter into the record the letter of support from the neighbors of Klosterman Oaks who previously expressed concerns to this board.
Very good.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Commission. It's nice to be here with you today. Again, not in a virtual meeting. It's always a pleasure to be in person. I'm Cindy Terrapini. I'm the planner for Innisbrook. I represent Salamander Innisbrook. So I know we did revise this buffer, and I really want to give all the credit to Mike Williams, the Innisbrook General Manager, who's here with us tonight, who did continually outreach with the neighbors to the north, Klosterman Oaks. And so the things that have not changed are the width of the buffer and the separation between the townhouse building and the Klosterman Oaks single-family homes. So just to start on the townhouse side, there would still be a 10-foot building setback, a 20-foot, that's the blue, the 20-foot buffer, natural and enhanced buffer, so that's 30 feet on the Innisbrook side. And then the minimum setback that they have to have on the Klosterman Oaks is 10. So you have a total of a 40-foot separation building to building. That did not change. But what they have done is specify 3 types of trees: oaks, magnolias, and live oaks, and sable palms, specified the number of trees that will go in that buffer area, showed exactly where the fence would go. It's a 6-foot fence, and there's one area, this dash line right here, where there will need to be a retaining wall because of the differences in the grade. So all that is the new improved part. And we do have a letter dated, an email dated today. I'll hand to the clerk, and then.
Thank you.
And this is a letter, I'll just read a couple of sentences. It's a letter from Mike Willie, who is one of the members of the HOA for Klosterman Oaks, and he says, "First, I'd like to thank Innisbrook and Toll Brothers for their cooperation in mediating a solution to the issue we at Klosterman Oaks had about barriers dividing us and the new townhomes. I would especially like to thank Mike Williams for his persistence in keeping on top of the issue. We have come to an agreement that appears to work for all of us. The attached, and he's attached the same buffer plan that is before you and is attached in your resolution. The attached shows that there will be a barrier of 3 types of trees placed between the townhomes and the back of our subdivision. He talks about the type of trees. Having a maintained section with trees, the way it was explained, certainly satisfies our needs." So you can see that Klosterman Oaks are in agreement with this solution. Be happy to answer any other questions you might have for me tonight.
Questions for the applicant?
Yeah, the only thing I would like to add is, I heard a voice upstairs, so in terms of, I believe, maybe a Zoom participant, if that's allowed, that someone wants to address the board. We don't have anything else to present to the board at this time. However, depending upon what that individual says, we would like the opportunity to address any concerns that might be raised.
You'll have time.
Thank you.
All right. We have one person on Zoom on this item, Mr. James Onimbo.
Yes, sir.
If you will unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to appear this evening. My name is Jim Onimbo. I'm an owner of a property located at 2261 Tuscany Trace in Palm Harbor. I'm appearing on behalf of myself and have been asked to express the unanimous feelings of the Tuscany at Innisbrook Board of Directors. In October of 2017, our board president corresponded with the county traffic manager and requested consideration for a traffic light at the intersection of Belcher Road and Innisbrook Drive. His request followed several life-threatening accidents that occurred at the intersection within a 4-week period. That request was never acted upon, but numerous documented accidents continued to occur during the 5-year period that has passed, the most recent occurring on October 11th of this year. Presently, the Salamander community has requested approval to construct 180 homes on the property. The approval of this request would clearly exacerbate the dangerous conditions at Belcher and Innisbrook Drive intersection. Although I am not opposed to the expansion of homes on the Salamander property, the safety of those living within the 396 units located at Tuscany Innisbrook, immediately adjacent to Innisbrook, would further be compromised without needed improvements. Presently, traffic cones have attempted to address the hazard of the intersection. They are temporarily removed during special events at Salamander, making the intersection treacherous. If the commissioners are inclined to grant the request for additional homes, I respectfully request the board compel a developer to perform off-track improvements by installing a traffic light at the described location. This improvement, as a specific condition, would avoid future county expenditures and would improve the safety of the defined site for all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nimbo. We appreciate your thoughts tonight. Mr. Armstrong, did you have any further comment?
Yes, sir, thank you. We're sitting here pretty surprised right now. We've had probably a half dozen public hearings. We've never heard this before. Several community outreach meetings. Apparently never heard this before. We've also, I think most importantly for this commission, we've worked with your staff in addressing and examining the traffic impact of the project as part of the normal review process of given the magnitude of the project, it's not like this slipped through the cracks. I mean, it was examined by a lot of folks on our side and, again, county staff. Maybe the most constructive thing I can do right now is ask Mr. Christopher Hatton to come forward. He is a traffic engineer with Kimley Horn. He will share with you his credentials and offer his testimony to you this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Hatton. I'm a registered professional traffic engineer with Kimley Horn and Associates. Have been sworn. Appreciate the opportunity. I did want to follow what Mr. Armstrong has said. We did do quite extensive discussions, not only with Pinellas County Transportation Design and transportation staff, but also for Pinellas staff in terms of conducting a detailed study for this project. While we do anticipate most of the traffic to enter through probably Klosterman, we know that there will be some traffic coming through that intersection. I know that the county has been looking at that, and that was kind of our process through this. The amount of traffic that we anticipate to go through there is only about 1 or 2 trips per minute, so very minor. And the county we knew was looking at it, so that was our position. We focused really on the Klosterman intersection, evaluated that, especially with the enhancement there to move back the gate and everything for safety. So that was really our main focus. The county was focusing more on that intersection. So,
Commissioner Gerard.
Well, I just wanted to say I remember talking about the Belcher entrance, and it just didn't warrant a traffic light yet.
Correct.
You know, maybe at some point it will, but that is a county road, and
yep.
right.
Yes,
And we-
Commissioner Anderson can speak to many conversations regarding this. And so our traffic engineering unit has looked at this. They've looked at a number of different design issues and things like that, but it's really not specific. It's a bigger overall development issue of Innisbrook. And so I know they're aware of it, they're looking at it. I can't speak to what this would do. This is minor in comparison, but I think it's a larger issue.
Further questions? Mr. Armstrong.
We don't have anything else to add unless the commission would have questions of us.
Very good.
Thank you.
Further questions, commissioners? I have no other cards on item 42 or 43. Anyone else wishing to testify on items 42 or 43? All right, we will close the public hearing. We will take item 42. Wishes of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Seal. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously, 7-0. Item 43, the clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair, for the record, 43, the first and second is also Long and Seal. Commissioners?
That's a good question. Commissioner Long and Seal?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Obviously. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you for keeping us straight. All right, item 44.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 44 is case number ZON 2206, and is the second of two public hearings. This is a request by Pinellas County for a zoning change from residential plan development and preservation conservation to facility-based recreation on approximately 12 acres located on the south side of Duval Park Boulevard, approximately 400 feet east of 44th Way North in Lellman. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, "I do." The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 2 letters in support and 3 letters in opposition have been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Commissioners, any questions on this item? I have no blue cards. Anyone wishing to testify on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Peters. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 45.
Agenda item number 45 is case number CP 2103. This is the second of 2 public hearings to consider a proposed ordinance to adopt a new Pinellas County comprehensive plan to be known as Plan Pinellas, providing for a new vision element, the update and replacement of each element, and the associated future land use category descriptions and rules as per state statute requirements. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 1 email stating concerns has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Commissioners, questions on this item? All right. I have no blue cards. Anyone wishing to testify on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval.
Motion from Commissioner Gerard, second from Commissioner Long. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you. Item 46.
Thank you. Agenda item number 46 is a legislative petition submitted by Robert Sainer, Jennifer L. Sainer, Ben Warren Gillen, Molly Glazier, 1H Bar LP, and Jeffrey L. Gray to vacate the south 260 feet of 18th Street lying north of and adjacent to the north right-of-way of George Avenue, east of Block 79 and west of Block 78, map of Sutherland. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. Letters of no objection have been received with Spectrum advising that the petitioner would bear the expense of any required relocation of its facilities. All interested parties have been notified as to the date of the public hearing. 1 email in opposition has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, questions on this?
Just one. I just had one question.
Commissioner Eggers.
The expanded area there, it leaves an area in the middle, I guess, of, looks like 60 feet? Is that, or is the whole thing 60 feet? Well, I get it. The whole thing is 60, then there's 15.
Yeah.
Are they going to clear out their stuff from the other area? Is that the idea?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, Kelly Levy, Public Works Director, yes, and I do want to thank all of the property owners, for working with our team and Brent Hall, our right-of-way manager, to come up with an amicable resolution, which does include, vacating the east, 5 feet of 18th Street, We would maintain a 5-foot utility easement. There is a water line there, so that would provide access for our utilities department to maintain that infrastructure, and then vacate the west 10 feet of the 18th Street right-of-way that maintains the center open for public access. And then in the kind of the presentation, we had, kind of noted that this is really the only north-south connectivity between, between these two streets here. So, this would allow, folks to come down and then traverse the rest of the community. So I think it was really a win-win.
There's a lot of buildings and stuff in that area,
Yes,
so.
but they have agreed to move those into the newly
Okay.
vacated area.
Great.
I think it's,
Thank you.
like I said, so it was a win-win.
Super, thanks.
Further questions? I have no cards on this item. Anyone wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Peters. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously, 7-0. Item 47.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 47 is a petition submitted by Antonia M. Rodzis and Justin P. Adams to vacate that portion of the 15-foot public utilities easement located in Lot 4, Block 7, Oak Park Subdivision, Unit 3. The public hearing was properly advertised and affidavit of publication has been received for filing. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, "I do." Letters of no objection have been received. All interested parties have been notified as to the date of the public hearing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, questions on this one? All right, we do have one speaker. I believe it's the applicant online. Antonia, and I apologize, Rodzis,
Yes, sir.
if you will have time to address the board at this time.
I didn't really have any specific comments. I just wanted to make sure we were available in case anybody had questions.
Thank you very much. We have no questions. Anyone else wish to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Gerard. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Oops. Whoops.
Oops.
It's not over yet.
And I'll just get back in.
You're getting ready.
Slowly.
I almost did the same thing.
Dun, dun, dun. I'm a yes.
And it passes 7-0 unanimously. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Anything else for the good of the order, Commissioners?
good, Charlie.
On your way home, or when you get home, not on your way home, when you get home, please take a moment to look at pinellascounty.org and our beautiful new site.
Saw it.
Right? pinellascounty.org? Gov?
.gov.
Pinellas.gov.
I saw it.
Thank you.
Just Google it and you'll see our beautiful new site. Yeah. Anything else for the good of the order? We are adjourned.
Tom, you were right there.